and committee to try to keep things moving for the House because they're running low. We'll deal with the conference committee. We'll go to final action on it so secretaries can process. We'll do the next conference committee report. We'll break to final action just so you understand what we're doing. All right, conference committee reports. We're going to start with Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson on Senate sub for House Bill 2138.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just give me 1 second to get my glasses on. I'm working on so many things this year. I kind of have lost track of everything I'm doing. Okay. We're on, what number are we on? I don't even know if, okay, here's my motion, 2138. What we did in conference, we had 4 different bills we put in there. Senate Bill 351 was dealing with the poll books, and then in committee, we also put in there a piece about the affidavits on the transfer of ballots. That passed out of the Senate 29-10. And then the second bill we put in was 389, and that was dealing with the watermarks. It had an audit piece that we did pull out because we had some duplication as we were putting other bills in. 438 was dealing with audits or elections of election that's within 1% will trigger an automatic audit. That bill passed 38-1. The prior bill passed 27-11. And the fourth bill we put in there, 439, it is dealing with cleaning up the voter rolls and the voter database. That bill passed out 33-6. So, Mr. President, I'll make a motion. I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Sub House 2138, and I'll stand for questions.
All right, you've heard the motion. There are questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, my thanks to the members of the conference committee. I was able to sit in on quite a bit of that, and I think a number of improvements were made to the bills that they included. So just a few questions for the Senator from Johnson. I know that we were not sure about the cost of using watermarked paper for ballots when we talked about the bill before. Has the Senator been able to get any more information about that so that we'd understand the cost to our counties?
Senator from Johnson.
I don't think we've got any information on the cost, but the counties will pick up the cost. If I remember right, what we did there, we delayed that for 3 or 4 years to allow the counties to use up their existing stock, and then they would be buying the watermark, so they would be paying for that.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I considered or continue to be concerned about this. I think it could be a significant cost, especially for those counties that are less populous, because when you're ordering a smaller amount of paper, you're paying more per sheet. And I'm wondering if the Senator can explain to me one more time what is being accomplished by using watermarked paper.
Senator from Johnson.
Well, I believe when we were discussing the bill, it deals, number one, with the watermark. We're going to be able to verify that it's official ballot. And what this bill did, it deals with being able to count how many ballots have been used. So say you go to an election place, you count out 100 pieces of watermark paper. There's, say, 52 used. Well, then we should have 48 pieces of watermark paper back. If we have 47, we know there's a problem. We wouldn't know this if it wasn't watermarked, how many was count out, how many was count back, that there was official or not. If there's say 52 people voted, but someone had a miscue on their ballot, then they would be able to do a new ballot, but then we would have track of that miscued ballot. I believe that's kind of the use of the watermark paper to be able to have the chain of custody and control of the ballots and to know, the ballots.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I understand that need for chain of custody, and I appreciate what was done in, I believe, 351 that talked about the affidavits. And I think that's probably a better way to provide that chain of custody. I've never heard of a problem of counterfeit ballots. I've heard of people voting somebody else's ballot or harvesting ballots, but not necessarily counterfeit ballots. So ballots that are printed by a machine don't exist until the machine prints them. So it's not going to make any difference if those machine printed ballots are on watermarked paper or not. And ballots that are handed out by an election clerk need to be stamped. So you have a stamp, and every time somebody comes in, before you give them a ballot, you stamp that. And that helps us determine, say if two ballots, you handed somebody two ballots instead of just one because the paper was stuck together, only one of those ballots is going to be stamped. So we're going to be looking for the stamp, not the watermark. So I'm hoping that every one of us in this chamber will reach out to our county clerks and ask them about their opinions and concerns, particularly about the watermark paper, because as the senator explained, we have a year before it would have to go into effect. And I'd like to have another conversation after we've all had a chance to talk to them. I only have one other thing that I'll mention, and that's that I do appreciate that the committee made an addition to make sure that candidates for precinct committee, men and women, would be able to work at the polls because often they may be some of the few people that are willing to volunteer for our clerks. The wording that was used in that amendment is a candidate for precinct committee man or woman who is employed by a county election office. So some of those people are not going to be employees. Some of them are often volunteers. There's an easy workaround because all we have to do is pay them. So we'll have to make sure that we tell the county clerks, if you've got a precinct committee man or woman working for you handling ballots, make sure you pay them and they're an employee. And I'm hoping this is another thing that we can, again, address next year. But thanks for the work that was done and appreciate the answers to the questions.
Any further questions for Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, do you have any closing remarks? If not, we'll...
Just a couple comments on what she said when they were debating it. The bringer of the bills stated when he was a county commissioner an issue rose and the numbers of the ballots were off. I think this is just going to be a good way where the ballots should count up accurately. It's a good way to have chain of custody. I really like this. I think when we do, look at the details and really put good details in, this breeds confidence in our election. And I believe that's what people are looking for today, so.
We're going to hold this one for final action. Now ready for final action on this one. On this roll call, we will take conference committee report for Senate sub for House Bill 2138. Clerk will read the title.
Senate substitute for House Bill 2138, an act concerning alcoholic beverages.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longvine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Penny, Senator Dahl.
I'd like to change my no to a yay.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
I vote aye.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
I vote aye.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Vote aye.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
I vote as aye.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
I vote no.
Further changes? Sorry, Shirlene, was that too fast? Do I need to back up? Are we good? Do I need to have anybody repeat? I apologize for that. I need to forget a county here and there, slow it down. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (28) having voted in favor and 8 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2138, this measure having received its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. We will now turn to the conference committee report, again to the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, on Senate sub for House Bill 2252.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that would, the bill would specifically say the governor or the secretary of state or any officer of the executive branch couldn't enter into an agreement without the consent of the legislature. And if the legislature's not in session, then that would go to the LCC. This bill passed 28 to 12. It was Senate Bill 418. There were no changes in conference outside. We put it in a different bill. So with that, Mr. Vice President, I will make a motion. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Sub House Bill 2252. And I'll stand for question.
Are there any questions from the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the conference committee reports and Senate sub for House Bill 2252. The clerk will read the title.
Senate substitute for House Bill 2252, an act concerning alcoholic beverages.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Gershon. Cluse. Longvine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Solentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? The chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
A quick explanation of vote.
Yes, please.
While this bill does assert the authority of the legislature in a very important process around the voting and election, I find this body, with all due respect, Mr. Vice President, to your membership in that, the body ceding authority consistently to the LCC at times when we shouldn't have to do that on such an important issue as elections is not right. I feel like we are representing our people back home. We should, if we're going to pass this, not cede our authority to the LCC, and we should call a special session to do this kind of activity, Vice President. Thank you.
Do you wish to have your remarks spread across the journal? Are there any other comments? Explanations of vote? Any changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. We'll hold the roll for one more senator for a few seconds. Thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, President of the Senate, Masterson. Record the vote. Aye. Now the clerk can close the roll and tally the vote. 27 having voted in favor and 12 against House Bill 2252. This measure, having received the required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Please stand at ease.
Committee reports, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn on House Bill 2387.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2387 is part of a effort by the Joint Committee, Conference Committee from the House and Senate Judiciary. The language here was pretty much offered up by the House provisions. The act concerning the executive branch relating to actions by state agencies and the governor prohibiting the issuance of a request for proposal or entering into new contract for the administration and provisions of benefits under the medical assistance program relating to the Kansas Emergency Management Act, prohibiting the governor from prohibiting attending or conducting certain religious services and the worship services, etc. Don't make a motion. Until I'm done.
Apologize, sidebar. Did you make the motion already? Are you ready for questions?
I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2387.
Or the motion questions for Senator from McPherson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. With the Senator from McPherson, I think you started sharing with us there. Can you expand on the different parts in this bill?
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I kind of got bifurcated as I was going through this and failed to make the motion. The unifying subject is the executive branch authority. Number one, it clarifies that no executive branch agency or government may take any action or prohibit church or worship services related to KEMA. Secondly, it expands the RFP process for the state's Medicare, Medicaid managed care organizations, commonly called MCOs, for 1 year. The argument being that the possible change could coincide with a possible change in the state's executive branch. However, it is our next governor should be the one able to negotiate our next contract as well as enforce it like it is. This is a practice in business and other organizations, and we believe it applies here also. It is essential to provide the best service to Kansas who participate in KenCare. Those are the two separate pieces.
Thank you. And could the good senator explain how these two things, religious freedom under KEMA and a procurement process for our MCOs, are connected?
As I mentioned, excuse me, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. It is getting late, but you'll both need to wait to be recognized. All right, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn.
I love being recognized, Mr. President. I have trouble with the response. Mr. President, to answer the question, the unifying subject is the executive branch's authority. We're breaking the executive branch's authority down into two pieces. Again, as I said before, clarifies that no executive branch agency or governor may take in an action to prohibit church or worship services provided in the Emergency Management Act. Number two, I talked about, extends the RFP process. So it's a no-bid process, extending it into the end of the executive term so that the new governor, whoever it is, maybe the same one, has the authority to move forward. This is done commonly in business. This is done commonly in trade associations or other nonprofits. So is that?
Senator from White House, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Could the senator share with us the amount of money we're talking about that is involved with our contracts with the MCOs?
Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, I'll check with the revisor.
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This may take a few minutes to get that number. If the good senator would like to ask another question, I'll be glad to stand for it.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Since the senator doesn't have at hand the number, do you know what percentage of our state budget this makes up?
Senator from McPherson.
Again, Mr. President, the answer to that will be forthcoming. That was one of the things we asked to determine.
Senator from Wyandotte, are you looking for a to-the-penny number, or looking at a $22 billion all funds and a $4 billion, you're looking at what, 20% of the whole budget?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. President. And I know the hour is late, and the president is exactly right. This is a $4 billion amount of money. It's 20% of our state budget, and this item has never been discussed by this body before, and we can jeopardize having a lawsuit against us from the feds concerning this, which not only impacts our budget substantially, but also those of most needy in our state that get services through our can care or through our MCOs. This is a dangerous road to be going down, and we started this process in 2012. We made a decision to go through this contract process and have a system established and a timeline, and deviating from it can lead to could potentially lead to very adverse consequences for our state. So I think this is a wrong path to go, notwithstanding the fact that we're connecting the idea of religious freedom, and which is very important with Medicaid, with our Medicaid program all in one bill. I'm a no.
Further questions or comments? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, throughout the conference committee process over the past few days, we've had a number of bills that have been tweaked and gotten better, but not this one. And specifically, I have great concerns with the portion that was 2463. And while I adore the senator from McPherson, this bill, like I said, really concerns me. And in particular, the medical assistance program equals, as we said, 20% of the state's budget, totaling $4 billion. That is not something that we should rush through by any means. The effect of new Section 1 is to give $4 billion in no-bid contracts to 3 MCOs. I used to manage a pretty large portion of Sprint Corporation out of the Kansas City area. We would do RFPs for as low as $10,000 investments, sometimes even less than that. One MCO in this program recently entered into a $27 million settlement with the Attorney General regarding its pharmacy benefit management practices. That's another issue. And to our knowledge, from what I'm hearing from the questions previously, this would be the first time the legislature has ever required, by statute, an extension of a state business contract. And let's keep in mind, when this was in bill form, the bill had 0 proponents. It also strikes me that we are at a time, too, when we are hearing of subpoenas flying around the Capitol, and in conference committee, questions were brought up about the legality of this program. So in light of all that, I am saying we should not go down this path. So I encourage the body to vote no.
Further questions or comments for Senator from McPherson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Mr. President, you know I certainly have watched this process for a long time. I was originally scheduled to be on the conference committee for this, and in light of the discussion that's being had, and certainly the Vice President knows, as a member of the conference committee, as does apparently a few others, that this shouldn't be an easy, at first blush, support that we give to this concept for the points that have been further raised by the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, and the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. I would hope that each of us, as I did, would step back for a moment and evaluate what we're doing here. I know the hour is late. They say as we approach the midnight hour, many things can occur, but what's done in the light of sunshine and what's done in the light of a level of, dare I say, a more level of integrity to approach, Mr. President, how we do business in the state of Kansas with federal dollars that filter through and that come through our MCOs and our medical assistance programs, which has been stated as 1/5 of our budget. I think each of us should more carefully evaluate. You know, we all want to serve here and be beyond a certain level of dispute. We don't want to have, well, let me speak for myself. I don't want to have, having served longer here than anyone. I ran from being on this conference committee. I asked someone else to be appointed because it wasn't what we think of ourselves or this process, but to pay attention to how it looks, this mechanism, to those who monitor this, those who are in the public, those who are in the media, and those who are in the legislature. This is a departure from how we have historically looked at letting these contracts. And no one's really fully explained it. I know the senator from the vice president has said, well, we want to look at, whomever the executive is and give her or him the opportunity to be unfettered. That sounds like a pretty good excuse, but it's not plausible. And the reality of it is, it doesn't pass the smell test. It's not to just David Haley. It doesn't pass where I would hope all of us would say that during our time of service here, how we would want to see ourselves conducted and what we would want to be affiliated with. Now, I've managed to sidestep several opportunities to what would have led to probably a mark against my service. I think I could hold my record up to that of anyone's and say I have never been involved, or anyone would suggest that I'm involved for incentivizing my support for something that enriches our special interests. I'm pretty proud of that. It's why I didn't want to be on this conference committee. It's why I didn't want my fingerprints or my signatures or anything affiliated with my service with this. And I want us each to pay close attention as you gladly vote here in the 11th, almost the midnight hour, for what your record will say, not just to those outside in the halls or those who go through the bullet points of what this new scheme might do to unjustly enrich, but what it means to your service when you cast your vote, when it's reviewed, as it will be time and again. I'm a no on this, obviously, but I'm a no on it for just a level of not wanting to be near anything that questions procedurally our integrity. You can't spend but so long in this process. But when you do, I would hope you'd want to sleep well at night and know that you've done what you can, not to unjustly enrich others, but to work very hard toward the integrity of the process. And I don't know, I just think, Mr. President, this is something you should all evaluate, we should all evaluate. And because I want to maintain my track record here, again, the longest tenured in this Senate, I would certainly be opposed to this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further question or comment? Senator McPherson. Seeing none, if you have any closing remarks, if not, we'll move to final action.
Just one closing remark, and that is whoever the next governor should be able to negotiate and execute this order to their due diligence and to their fitting. This is not unprecedented in government nor in private business. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. We will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the conference committee report on House Bill 2387. Clerk will read the title.
House Bill 2387, an act concerning aircraft.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longvine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing no changes or explanation, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. While we're waiting on the count, I will remind people the title that our reader reads is the title of the bill as it enters conference. Just a little reminder that sometimes that might not exactly line up with the final contents. 26 having voted in favor and 12 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2387. This measure, having reached its constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Republicans will caucus upon recess in 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North upon recess. I yield back to the Senator from Alley.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're in recess.
Come to order. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on H-Sub for Senate Bill 261. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2239. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2644 and requests return of the bill.
Conference Committee reports. The chairman recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, on Senate Sub House Bill 2056.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. 2056 passed out of here, 2217. Before we passed it out, we amended on it where you had to have on the ballot boxes 2 people surveilling them or there, witness them. We've taken that piece off. We've taken it back to as it left committee. It'll have to have the camera on it, a disclaimer. Just as we left the committee, every county will have at least 1 ballot box. And then if there's additional 30,000 people, they'll be able to have a second. And every 30,000 after that, they'll be able to have another. It also had the election day was election day. That piece, after going to conference, we gave that up, and we returned the bill on the election. As long as it's postmarked by election day or before, they would have 3 more days to get their ballot in, as it is right now in statute. So we took everything. We removed the 3 days before we added and just put it all back to like it was. So we kept the original ballot box provisions before they were amended on the floor. So with that, Mr. Vice President, I will move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Sub House Bill 2056 and stand for questions.
You have heard the explanation and the motion. Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Question for the carrier of the Conference Committee report. Was it discussed in Conference Committee that there was an opinion issued yesterday by a court in Florida that found that a bill passed by the Florida legislature with nearly identical language regarding ballot boxes violates the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the First and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution? Did you discuss that in Conference Committee?
That was brought up by the ranking House member, or the minority House member, I'm sorry, not the ranking. We talked about that a little bit. I also explained when we were reviewing the statute that Kansas did not have ballot boxes in statute in Kansas. When we were reviewing them and looking, it did not pop up. And we also, in this bill, we left in that the Secretary of State's office will be able to set uniform policies on how the ballot boxes are run.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So just to try to clarify that response, so I think really what I'm trying to get a sense of is whether we've gotten a legal opinion on whether this bill is in fact compliant with the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and with the U.S. Constitution in light of the opinion that was issued yesterday in Florida on a bill with nearly identical language.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. Can you restate your question?
If the chairman would repeat.
Oh, I got promoted to chairman? Hey, a guy can dream, right? April Fools.
We never know.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, yeah, my question, really what I'm trying to get at is whether we've gotten a legal opinion on whether this bill, 2056, which has nearly identical language as the Florida bill that was struck down yesterday for violating both the U.S. Constitution and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, whether our bill has, because it has the same language, whether we believe our bill is also going to be similarly legally flawed and probably get struck down, put us in years of costly taxpayer-funded litigation.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
It's my understanding we had the discussion on the ruling. The ruling could be appealed, number one. We're not bound by that ruling because we're not in that district. I don't know if that answers his question, but that's, as I recall the discussion. I believe the reviser weighed in on that. I'm just, it's late tonight trying to remember what we did, but that's what I believe.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I guess I'll just make one comment, which is I'm not surprised that a bill out of the Kansas legislature would have the same language when it comes to voting restrictions as a bill from the Florida legislature, given that in what I view as an enormously disappointing fact is that we basically outsourced the writing of Kansas election laws to a Florida-based dark money group, the Opportunity Solutions Project. And we basically just said that they can write our election laws here in Kansas, which I think is a really unfortunate position that the legislature has taken. But I want to talk about the way that these ballot drop boxes are going to affect all of us in this body in our communities, just to get a sense of what this limitation is. So by going to one box per 30,000 registered voters, if you think back to the 2020 election, we were averaging one drop box per 10,000 voters. So a huge reduction in the number of drop boxes. It would eliminate 80 drop boxes across the state. If you want to choose a county near me, Wyandotte County would lose 4 drop boxes. I know that Douglas and other counties will lose considerable amounts. Only 10 of our 105 counties have more than 30,000 registered voters. So you're going to have these geographically very large counties that are going to have only one drop box. This is a 40% reduction in the total number of drop boxes. 48 counties, which is almost half of our 105 counties, are going to have to reduce the number of drop boxes that they offer. So I would just encourage the body to think about not only the legal effects and consequences of passing a bill like this that has already been struck down by other courts, but also just the practical effects for your community of having such a reduced number of drop boxes. So thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We've sat on this floor since the second week in January, and the rhetoric about a Florida-based organization writing laws, every law we make, is ridiculous. I can tell you that that bill that we are voting on now was not written by anybody from Florida. It was written by this man back here and the reviser. They didn't take anything from any Florida language. A lot of the election bills that I presented, none of them were based off of anybody based out of Florida. I will tell you this, it's getting old, very old, in this chamber to hear people not only gripe and complain about our staff and use that as a reason to vote against something, but now we're griping and complaining every time about one group that might have testified in a committee. Well, let me tell you, there's another Florida-based company that testifies in every single committee we have here, and it's not called out, and I'm not going to call their name out because I respect them. They have that right. Let's get back to the merits of the bill and quit slinging mud about people who are testifying.
I might remind the body, please address the chair when you're debating the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't want to keep people here tonight, but I'll tell you, this is really getting old. You know, I've tried to run a good committee all the years I've been here, try to be fair, give people opportunities to testify. My staff works day and night trying to prepare the packets for my committee. Sometimes there's 50 and 60 pieces of testimony. They're taking testimony almost right up until the time of the committee, but it has to stop somewhere. The agenda has to be created. The packet has to be created. And we've tried to give everybody opportunities, and then we get slandered for it. And yes, I wrote this amendment. I've heard a lot about drop boxes. You know, just a few years ago, we didn't have any drop boxes, and now that's all we need is a drop box. We need a drop box on every corner or every street corner, I guess. I don't think we need a drop box on every street corner. I think there's a lot of people that have concerns about it. That's what this bill is. I wrote it. I wrote this amendment. And you could ask the reviser, because I'll give him permission. It was me and me alone that wrote both parts of this amendment with him and nobody else. And it's the concerns I've heard this year after the elections and all the work we've done this year on election bills is trying to improve elections, the process, and bring credibility back to the voters to where they have confidence. I'll stand for more questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm wondering why, after the discussion in committee, it is still necessary. They've added the requirement that they would be continuously monitored by video recording equipment. Why is it necessary to close and have locked these ballot boxes when the county election office is not open?
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
You know, we've debated this. There's been many times people could amend it, interject. This is what we agreed to in conference. It's how I wrote the bill. You had opportunities when the bill was on the floor to amend. And, you know, I believe that's what the people want. I believe we, you know, what do we want? Do we want a ballot box on every corner? I mean, how long ago was it when we didn't know what a ballot box outside an election office was in this country? But I guess I'm getting very old. I don't know. To me, I like how the language reads. I wrote it that way. My intention was to give everybody opportunity to deliver their ballot, you know, drive up to the box and deliver it when during election hours. But then, you know, on election day, there's a lot of polls you can go to too. So there's a lot of opportunities to vote.
Chair responds back to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is about providing opportunities to vote. So we know that there have been a lot of changes in processing mail. And in fact, I think I heard that there was no longer a processing facility in the state of Kansas. Mail from Topeka goes to Kansas City, Missouri. Mail from Wichita may go to Oklahoma. So people have been more concerned about the time that it might take if they get a ballot in the mail, how many days will it take to get that back if they use US mail? And there's some real advantages of just feeling like I have put this in the slot. I know when I got it in. And in fact, my county clerk is very likely to look at those, collect those ballots the next day, look at them, and post on their website that my ballot has been received. So if we talk about people who are working between 8 and 5, they don't have an opportunity to drop off a ballot. So the one group that this may still be helpful for are people with disabilities, and because they're going to be able to drive by a drop box, perhaps when the office is open. But lots of them want jobs too, and lots of them are likely to be working. So what this means is you can't do it on Saturday, you can't do it on Sunday, you can't do it before 8, you can't do it after 5 in most counties unless our county clerks just start saying, during the election, we will just keep our offices open. And that would be the only way to keep drop boxes there for people who can't get there except weekends, early morning, evenings, to be able to know for sure that their ballot got to the place that it should be. We've heard even this week in our Senate chamber that all the mail doesn't get delivered to the right place. So again, the advantage of the ballot boxes are that you can do it to fit your schedule. And this stops that. When I heard from my county clerk in Jefferson County, she talked about the extra expense to get video equipment that would show the face. And she said, what's the use of my doing this if it can only be during those hours, and if I have to spend more money to do it, I'll have people come in to the office at the courthouse. And so now, you know what we've done? We've just ended that opportunity for those people with disabilities that this was an advantage to. So this conference committee report only addresses the advance ballot drop boxes, and in a very restricting way. I cannot support this conference committee report.
Are there other questions? The senator from Sedgwick, Senator Pascadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a quick question for the senator from Johnson. So in regards to the removal of voters from the voting roll if they haven't voted in a certain amount of time, I think we made a few changes to that in the conference committee, but for those listening in, if he would just clarify the process and how long that would take and what would be the date. Because anybody who knows me know that I want voting to be made easier, and I want everyone to be able to exercise their right to vote. And so, and having their names removed from the voting roll is concerning. So just for those listening in, if he could share that process. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I believe she is on a different bill than the bill we're on. This is the bill dealing with voter ballot boxes. We removed the and we took out the piece on the mail, but I believe the bill that she's referring to on cleaning up the voter rolls, we've already passed that bill and it's been sent to the House. But I would like to comment on the senator from Lawrence.
Please proceed.
You know,
Excuse me.
Excuse me, just a minute. The
Point of order.
senator from Sedgwick has the floor. Senator Fausto, would you like to finish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am looking at the notes here, and here it says that piece is in the legislation that you're working on now. However, I'll relook at my notes and confirm that. But thank you, Mr. Vice President. Now he can yield to the lady from Douglas.
I now refer back to the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, here again, we keep hearing about the post office and how they might mess the mail up. You know, if I worked there, I'd be very unhappy that everybody always complains that it's their fault. Sometimes you got to put it in the mail. You know, the bill might not get to the other end because you might not put the check in the mail, you know. That's why they say the check's in the mail. You know, I worked it, and we added to this bill to where they could use FedEx and UPS. I worked at UPS. It was a union job, and I want to tell you, if you've ever worked at UPS, you know you've worked. And I'll tell you, they do a good job at sorting and getting packages there on time every day. And I know the post office does the same thing. I'll tell you why. I know about these sort facilities. My brother, for years, was the guy in the semi hauling them from Kansas City to Topeka twice a night, bringing mail to the sort facilities. He took it all over the country. And I know when Barack Obama was president, they eliminated a lot of them sort facilities. And I guess Sam Brownback was governor, so it's probably his fault. But them were eliminated. And they moved the sort centers to Kansas City and different regions. They did away with the ones in Fort Scott and Topeka and all across this state. Thousands of good jobs that were in this state sorting mail. I believe still they do a good job, and I don't see any difference in my mail getting there on time or not. I think we use the post office as an excuse, and I think it's just not right sometimes because these are hardworking people too.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to express my apologies to the post office because they are actually the people that got those advance ballots delivered. And that's been an important part of the process and much appreciated. Just that I have some constituents who feel more comfortable if they get it from the post office, but that they deliver it themselves. It also saves our county clerk that return postage. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the carrier? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We now turn to the senator from Miami, Senator Byron Grunder, on Senate Bill 58.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 58 is the language of Senate Bill 496 that we voted on as a body last week. Just a few hours ago, the House voted on Senate Bill 58, and the vote was 67 to 46. Senate Bill 58 is the Parents' Bill of Rights. What that does is it outlines the rights that parents have, the responsibilities of our public schools to make information available to parents. It also gives those rights for the parents to look at the materials, have access to the materials, the right of the parent to make decisions for the health care of the child. It also outlines that right of parents to inspect the medical and educational information that the school districts are keeping on the child. That was born out of the concern that we received in our legislative post-audit about cybersecurity in our school districts. It also includes that parents have the right to attend and participate and speak at Board of Education meetings, which we know has been an issue within our state. Just last month, it was the school board in Salina that prohibited parents from participating any further in a public comment period because they were concerned about the language that was being used when parents were reading from books that were available in the libraries for the children, that the language from those books was too explicit, too pornographic, and so parents were no longer allowed to participate in that open speaking process. Mr. Chair, that is again the explanation of the bill that has been across this floor before. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 58.
Are there any questions from the senator from Miami? Yes, the chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I have several questions for the Chairman of Education. I was being in education, I guess, for as long and such. We always like to play the blame game, I guess, and so I look at this, and who are the people that are complaining? And just after this kind of baby chuckle when a previous bill that one of the senators was talking about people who were proponents and opponents, because that's what I already had written down. So if you want to yell at me, that's okay. I see that the proponents was one of them was the Goldwater Institute. Where is it? Do you tell me I want to know who the proponents are. Who is the Goldwater Institute? Where are they from and what do they do?
Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I'm not seeing the Goldwater. They did not, I don't believe they testified, but we did have representatives from Americans for Prosperity, Kansas Family Voice. We had some parents that provided testimony. The Kansas Policy Institute provided written testimony. There was also neutral testimony from the Kansas PTA. And written only neutral testimony that came from the Kansas Association of School Boards. So I'm not quite sure where he is seeing that. So I can't speak to that.
I think you're right. I don't see it either. I thought I saw it earlier. The other one that, and I'm hoping I might have been looking at the wrong one, but the Wisconsin policy for laws and liberty, does that happen to be on there? I don't know what I might have been looking at.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Yes,
okay, just remind you, try to wait until you're recognized.
Okay. I saw another one was the Wisconsin policy of law and liberty. Can you explain that one to me? And that might not be on there either, Mr. Chairman.
Chair again recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, but I believe that my colleague is not looking at pages 158, 258, 358, because I'm not seeing any of those on those pages. I'm sorry.
No.
Chair recognizes Senator from Finney.
It was just brought to my attention that was in the House committee. My bad. I apologize for that. I think that our society today is an attack on public education, and I think the attack is misguided. I think a lot of it is because if it takes everybody to raise a kid. We need to come home, you know, when we're sitting there and we're worried about what our kids are learning. And then we find out 2 weeks later that they're learning this, and you know, that we're not talking to our kids at night. We're not visiting with them. We don't need laws. We don't need these rules. What we need is we need to support our education. You know, we got books that are explicit. I think if you would talk to the principal or the librarian and say, hey, I find these books offensive. Why are they in here? Instead of going in front of a board and just, you know, I don't know. I guess it's just the part in me that we think that we have way too many laws, way too many rules, and we're going after public educators. And I don't know. It really saddens me. I'm rambling, and it's 12:15, so I'll shut the heck up. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Miami. You care to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. You know, if you look at page 1 under C3, it states that the parents would have the right to request, access, and inspect all written and electronic records maintained by a school relating to their child. That's not a blame game. That's not an accusation. It's simply stating that a parent of a child has the right to make that request. And once they make the request, for the institution to provide them access to their child's record. In education, we call that the permanent record because it stays with the child as they progress through their education. When we say that a parent has the right to attend publicly designated meetings of the local school board and the right to question and address school officials during designated public comment periods, that's not a blame game. It is simply stating that that is the right of a parent. And we know that there are school districts in our state that have not afforded parents that right. We have heard in testimony from school counselors, from educators, from administrators, we wish parents were more involved. We are very politely outlining the different ways in which parents can be involved. To look at the materials that are being utilized, to attend the meetings, and to provide that opportunity for parents to question and to address. Not to scream, not to yell, not to protest, but simply the right to participate. And so I do not, as an educator, I don't see this as an attack. I see it clearly as placing out there that in Kansas, in our schools, in our communities, that these are rights as well as responsibilities for parents. And these are responsibilities for our schools and for our communities. So I appreciate the discourse that's occurred. I will stand for more questions.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't have questions, just a couple comments, and I will keep them very brief because it is late, and I think we all know where we are on this. But just a couple of comments, and one last night in conference committee, I have been asking the whole time we've had this conversation for examples of Kansas parents who have kids in public schools who are not having access to that. The chair on the House side said she would send an email to me of testimony, and I did receive that today. But I did find that even in that testimony, they were specifically talking about the curriculum that they received. So it wasn't that they didn't have access to it. It may not have been as timely as they wanted, but it was really that they did not like what was being taught. And that's a different issue. And that is, as the senator from Finney said, that's a conversation with the teacher and a parent's right. But I do think we do have access to that. And the point about open comment at board meetings, I am a strong advocate for our schools. That's why I'm in the legislature. But public comments at our school board meetings is not required by COMA in that, or by the Kansas Open Meeting Acts, but it is, it's not required because of COMA, but it is decided by that governing body. So maybe we should be looking at amending that. But with that, I will stand. I think we know where we all are. And again, I don't see this as a problem, so I will be opposing.
Seeing no other questions, the chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Vice President. I'm accustomed to being overlooked. I did have a couple of brief observations and questions. As has been noted, Senator from Finney and the Senator from Johnson, the hour is late. We kind of know where we are on this, and I'm slow getting to this issue, but I did want to ask, I'm just reading some of the bullet points for what the conference committee has retained here in 58, and I was hoping that the senator from Miami could help me to better understand, or us to better understand, that the conference committee did reject the Senate's, what was the Senate's proposal, if I'm reading correctly. And I'm reading from the bullet points. I don't have the entire bill. But it says to change the parents' right to be informed of and inspect curriculum, instructional materials, and any other materials to only be a right to inspect said materials, that was our amendment, but the conference committee did not hold to that. So my question, Mr. Vice President, is when we look at what parents' rights are in the education of our children, and my children are all a product of a public school in Wyandotte County and then another school district, what does this mean? What does it mean to curriculum? What does it mean to involvement? And what I'm getting at, Mr. Vice President, I hope that the senator from Miami, who's very well versed in this, can help me to understand, is the mechanics or the process. She was good enough to allude that there seems to have been a problem with some instructors or some parents being able to approach instructors about what they consider to be inappropriate materials, and that may have happened in Miami or other counties. Our experience has been certainly in USD 500, Kansas City, Kansas, there's a strong involvement with our local Board of Education and with the individual, even the individual instructors at each school with the teachers. So what are we trying to do? I mean, what is this change that we apparently put in place in the Senate Committee of the Whole that the conference committee is receding from, and what net effect will that have?
Senator from Wyandotte, is that a question?
Yes.
Would you like to direct the question to the carrier of the bill?
I would, if she would answer, please, and
Yes,
if I need to
chair
restate
recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I believe the question is, what has the conference committee action, what position has the Senate receded from? Well, I guess I will tell you that one of the changes that was made was by the Senate was to exclude the lines 31 and 32 from page 1, where item 6 said the right to make healthcare and medical decisions for such child. And with that amendment that was made, it stops there. So what the decision of this body was to eliminate, including the right to make decisions regarding vaccinations and immunizations. That stayed in the conference committee. There was discussion and question on the floor with regard to what is a parent, define a parent. The House did have a definition for that, and we included that in the conference committee, thinking that that did codify and address the question that had come up on the Senate floor. So we didn't recede or lose anything there. I think perhaps what is being mentioned is the words informed of and inspect have been added back in. In fact, it's informed of and has been added back in. And the discussion that occurred with the House and the Senate members of the conference committee was the informed of would be the process of the institution. The institution would allow parents to know that this is the process if there's a complaint, or this is where you can go to see the materials to review the curriculum and to review the materials that are being used in the classroom and the different activities that are planned. So I don't think we lost anything. In fact, I think we made it stronger by including the definition and also by putting the onus on the institution of being informed of and the onus on the parent to inspect.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thanks, Senator from Miami. And I appreciate that she did refer to part. I guess here's my concern. If I read it correctly, my concern comes down to curriculum. It comes down to instructional materials, and I'm reading these bullet points, and other materials to only be a right to inspect said materials, because I think that it's going further now to curb what curriculum or instructional materials will be. That seems to be the gist of what I think the whole legislation is pointing towards. And let me say, Mr. Vice President, let me say, I'm a strong proponent of ensuring that when I send my kid, well, when I send them off, they're all grown now, but when I send them off, I wanted to make sure I could track and we could be aware of what they're learning and how they're learning, and to ensure that even though there may not be every topic that I want them to learn, that it would be done in a respectful and that we would ease their education in, that the world and knowledge would not hit them squarely in the face at a time that may be inappropriate based on their age or their circumstance. And I guess my concern is when we talk about curriculum or when we talk about having the involvement, whether or not we're going to have the involvement that we have through boards of education, usually that are elected to our public schools, or the involvement of those instructors, those teachers that we hire, to ensure that the curriculum is not going to be abrasive or not going to be so far outside of the mainstream that we would find it objectionable. I'm opposed to cancel culture. Frankly, I know you used to say you were too, Mr. Vice President. We had a discussion about that, and though we weren't talking in this area, but this canceling of what is real and what isn't real, what is historic and what isn't, what is knowledge and what isn't knowledge, is a determination that I would hope the parents would have input in, but that we'd also would have curriculum established by our boards of education and the teaching materials that are made available. Finally, let me say, you know, some populations, the driver behind this one in Kansas and the populations that are driving this mentality in other states, you know, look, I couldn't care less if you want to keep the silo of knowledge confined inside of a certain county or what have you. And then when the child comes up not knowing or understanding the broader perspectives or greater knowledge, and then goes out into the real world and has an epiphany that they never, that's on you. I understand that. But to have a blanket policy put in place, as I think this is attempting to do, that circumvents the traditional roles, as has been the systems of our education coming forward, is something that goes beyond, and it leads to a cancel culture. Finally, let me say, I love this building. I love the Capitol. I really do, and there's some lessons that are learned here in this Capitol that I'd be concerned that there are people that don't want their children to have discussions about. The other day, for example, we were in front of the Brown versus Board of Education mural, which is right outside in our hallway, as you know. And the tour guide had a group of young people all across the board who was discussing in a very, as far as I'm concerned, sterile way, education as to what the mural meant. Because the mural was speaking to very sensitive topics. It was speaking to schools having been separate but equal. They were separate, as we know, because races were not taught right. During the course of the discussion, and I listened very closely, I just happened to be the fly on the wall, the education of the school children who were there enraptured by that beautiful mural here in our Capitol never talked about why there had been a need for one of the greatest cases to come out of Kansas was predicated on what may be a sticky point to discuss with younger children. I don't want to see that canceled. I'm concerned about the education that we proffer, not only to our children, but others that might come here. It's a part of our history. And I just share that because it's one example. And I talked to the one who does the tour. I like him quite a bit. He's very helpful. They do a good job. And he was told that they are supposed to not delve into, when they're smaller children, some of those particular points. That this is the kind of education that we are not always sharing, which is the history of our state, which isn't always pretty, and of our country. So I'm concerned about curriculum. I know I've gone well beyond the discussion, but I just hope that we don't reach the point where we allow the involvement for cancel cultures to have those 1 or 2 or 10 or 15 parents who are inspecting and being informed and able to have removed materials and discussions from within curriculum in those silos of communities that limit the ability for children to truly grow into a world citizen and understanding of our history and of our future. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We now turn to the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, on Senate Bill 160.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 160 is exactly the same as Senate Bill 484 that we heard on this floor a little over a week ago. It is the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, and I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report for SB 160. It did pass the House earlier today, 74-39.
Are there any questions from the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have 2 questions.
You may proceed.
Okay. My first one is, how is KSHA, or how do they have the authority to govern club teams?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't know that if KSHA does or does not have the authority to govern club teams.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, just that was a question because understanding high school and all that. But my second one would be, will excluding transcollegiate athletes from out-of-state teams when they play in Kansas violate interstate commerce?
Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I guess that's a question for the courts.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Please stand at ease. For final action, on this roll call, we will take the following: the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 58, Senate Bill 160, Senate sub for House Bill 2056, and that's it. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 58, an act concerning liens or claims against real or personal property. Senate Bill 160, an act concerning wildlife, parks, and tourism. Senate substitute for House Bill 2056, an act concerning elections.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Gershon,
Please repeat that last vote. Did you get that? Are you no on 58? Right.
Clues, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Solentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
All right. Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Pass on 2056, aye on the balance.
Chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to kind of repeat what the good senator from Sedgwick said earlier. I've never done this before, but I'd like a preliminary count on all three bills, please.
We will accommodate that. Senate Bill 58 is 2215. Senate Bill 160 is 2511. And House Bill 2056 is 1918. Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Is there explanation to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 160. Amid all of the drama at this year's Academy Awards, the public missed an important and impactful message by Jessica Chastain, who won Best Actress that night for her portrayal of Tammy Faye Baker. In her speech, she amplified Tammy's radical acts of love and her compassion, which she sees as a guiding principle that leads us forward and connects us all in the desire that we want to be accepted for who we are. In my public service, I have always tried to lead with compassion, which is why I cannot vote for this cruel bill that will have no impact on advancing women's rights, but will absolutely tell the most vulnerable among us that they do not belong in our state. All Kansas kids deserve to inherit a state that has been advanced with an intention of radical love, and we are failing them by approving legislation that seeks to divide us and promote judgment and hate. And I would like my comments read on the journal.
So noted. The chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And at the risk of being the most hated man in this chamber, I'm going to ask for a call of the Senate.
Do I see 5 hands for call of the Senate? The Senate is in call. Clerk will call the roll. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Sorry about that. I'm going to change my vote on 2056 to aye.
Duly noted.
Bellinger,
We'll now lift the call. Two senators that are not here have been unavailable to be contacted. Clerk will, Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'd like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson.
So duly noted. The chair recognizes Senator for Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Mr. Vice President, I ran for office for limited government, individual freedom, traditional values, and economic development. We have passed over 2 tax bills that would provide this for Kansans taxpayers. We have had a surplus of over $3 billion, and we are not making a priority to pass this tax money back to the Kansas taxpayers. I'm extremely disappointed. Politics should not get in the way of providing for Kansas citizens, especially in this economy. Mr. President, we are setting a priority by the bills that we are passing in this chamber, and I pray that we will make Kansas taxpayers a priority.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With her permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson. Thank you.
Duly noted. Seeing no other marks, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (23) having voted in favor, 15 against, Senate Bill 58. 25 having voted in favor and 13 against, Senate Bill 160. 21 having voted in favor and 17 opposed to House Bill 2056. These measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Republicans will caucus immediately on recess in 5:48, and I yield to the good senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Mr. Vice President, the Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287. Upon recess, I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until the sound of the gavel.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate is recessed.